I would like to call the Committee of the Whole meeting of April 27th, 2026 to order. Good evening, everyone. My name is Tony Bernay, Councillor and Vice Chair of the Community Services and Infrastructure Committee. I would like to begin by reading a safety notice. In the event of an emergency, please evacuate council chambers to the nearest exit through the chamber doors and obey all instructions given, and if assistance is required, please see our Deputy Clerk. Once you have evacuated the building, please gather in the front parking lot outside of Town Hall. Please ensure that your cell phones are silent or turned off. And lastly, the Town of Lincoln Committee of the Whole meetings are posted on our YouTube channel. Closed captioning is available on all our videos by selecting the closed captioning button on the bottom right of the video. Roll call. Members of council are in attendance tonight. Councillor Michalak is joining us remotely. We have staff in attendance in person and remotely. And also in attendance this evening, we have representatives from Aird and Bearless. Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none, do any members have any amendments to the order of the agenda? Seeing none, statutory public meetings, we have none this evening, so consent agenda. We are now considering the consent agenda inclusive of age-friendly and active community advisory committee minutes of February the 12th, 2026. Would any member of council like to remove any item from the consent agenda to discuss? There being no further discussion, I have a motion moved by Councillor Pachiriba that all items listed under the heading of consent agenda for Monday, April the 27th, 2026, be adopted as recommended. Age-friendly and active community advisory committee minutes of February the 12th, 2026. And I will now ask our Deputy Clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. The vote is now open. Councillor Michalak, if you could provide your vote, please.
Support.
Thank you. The vote is closed and that carries.
Thank you, Lindsay. Item number 7, Community Services and Infrastructure Committee agenda. Delegations, we have no delegations this evening, so we'll jump right into 7.2 reports. We will now consider item 7.2.1, Infrastructure Update 2026, a look ahead. Report PW 05-26. The Director of Public Works will provide some comments. Director Graham, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of council. So the report before you this evening is for information purposes. We aren't asking for any decisions of council. The report is intended to provide a 2026 look ahead update on the town's infrastructure projects and operational programs, and as well highlight the regional public works projects happening in our community. The report also presents some statistics, identifies trends, and outlines some performance targets related to infrastructure and service delivery for the last quarter of 2025 and the first quarter of 2026. The report also highlights some of the faces and stories of our team behind the scenes supporting these important services that the town provides to our residents across the community. And I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank all of our public works staff for their hard work and dedication in helping deliver all the important work that's included in this report. I'd also like to thank our communications team for all their support on helping us put this report together. And with that, both myself and Mr. Neubauer are here to help answer any questions committee may have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dave. Are there any questions from committee? Councillor Pachiriba, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair Brunei. And through you to Dave and the team. Dave, with respect to the permanent asphalt speed bumps, we heard that at our ward meeting the other night. There seems to be chatter online that they're not high enough. The ones on John Street, though, I guess are the gold standard for fire and rescue services. Are we going to have a standard permanent asphalt speed bump like the ones on John Street that we're going to have everywhere to say, hey, this is what we do now?
Three, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. So we do have standards for speed humps. And like you say, there are some different ones in the community. So we have a speed hump standard, which is a full width sort of speed hump. And then the ones on John Street that you're referring to are called speed cushions. So they're sort of separate humps that support fire service vehicles a lot better than a conventional speed hump.
Okay. I guess a follow-up to that, like, I think that's where part of the confusion comes, is we've got two, right? I mean, you go online and, people on Stadelbauer, they're not tall enough, or they're not high enough, and they don't do anything, where the speed cushions, I guess, are, more effective, right? So just want to get your thoughts. Like, I think if we have one, then it removes the chance of argument, right? So. Oh, second question, if I may. Chair Brunei. Dave, same thing. So going along with, and again, we heard it at Councillor Brunei and my ward meeting on Wednesday night. So PXOs, right? We've got the gold standard that we did on Rittenhouse, right? And they seem to be a deterrent, because we heard time and time again and at a bunch of the ward meetings, people aren't stopping at stop signs, right? So any thoughts of again, a standardized PXO that's lifted up, which causes people to actually stop? Because the day that, we opened the crosswalk at William and King Street, and people didn't even know to stop with the flashing lights. Like, we almost got hit. So I think if something is raised, it will cause you to slow down anyway. So I want to get your thoughts on that.
Through Mr. Chair to the councillor, thanks for the question. So these are the pedestrian crossovers, so where we have the pedestrian crosswalks across the street where cars are supposed to stop. So you're right, there are different standards that are available to use out there. A lot of it depends on the type of road. So, some are lit with lights, some aren't lit with lights, depending on the traffic volumes. Most of the ones on regional roads will have lights, just given the traffic volumes, and some of our roads would as well. So there are different standards you can use. You can look at raising ones as well, depending on the situation, but most are flat with lights and the paint. We also look at other strategies to sort of pinch the crossing, so shorten the crossing that people have to walk, so kind of bring out the sidewalks further into the road, like bump outs, and that also helps slow speed, shorten the crossing for people going across the crosswalk as well.
Okay. And third question, if I may, Chair. Dave, so project number 13, sidewalk repair program, replacing a section of the asphalt pathway between Concord Avenue and Henry. So is that for the sake of the trail that runs behind those streets along Bartlett Creek? So that came up at our age-friendly and active communities meeting a week or so ago. We go in and we paint the cracks to identify them, but wondering if that's going to fix those cracks. And if we are, is there any thought of widening that? Because it's pretty narrow, and that section is the one where there's been quite a few incidents with that gentleman and his dog in the morning. If you're on social media, it's, so a wider path might alleviate some of the issues. So just wanted to get your Your read on that, please.
Through Mr. Chair to the councillor, so this walkway that we're referring to goes kind of between houses. It's like a catwalk. It's linking RJ, and so it's,
Okay.
I think you're referring to the Bartlett Creek Trail.
I am, yeah.
Yeah, this one is a walkway that kind of goes between streets along side yards of homes, which we will be upgrading, making it wider than it currently is today.
Okay. So just wanted to put that other one on your radar then. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Next up, Councillor Reimer.
Thank you, Chair Brunet. Through you to Director Graham. David, just a question regarding the inflow and infiltration program. It says in there that we were successful, which is great, in receiving regional CSO funding. What all does that involve, or I mean, it's great that we got it. I just wanted a little more background into what that involves. How much of it does it cover our expenses for that kind of thing?
Through Mr. Chair to the councillor, thanks for raising that. So what that refers to, it's the combined sewer overflow program, grant program that the Niagara region has in place to basically partner and support municipalities with reducing your wet weather flows from entering the sanitary sewer system. So hats off to our staff. You have to make applications, so we make application on the work we're doing. So we were successful on the application and getting grant support to help offset the cost for our program. They like our program, they like our approach, and that was one of the reasons we did get grant funding to help offset those costs. I don't have the exact figure in my head, but it was, I think, between $300,000 and $400,000 that we were successful with, but I can clarify that and circle back. But
Thanks, Director. And just a question regarding those discussions, or I guess there might not be discussions. Has there ever been any talk of, because of our work in this I&I and our success, I'll say in that, and it's a wild stab in the dark, but any talk about dropping our wastewater rates because we are introducing quite a bit less flow into the stream? Like it is that can have quite an overload on sewage treatment plants. I just wonder if there's any kind of, I'm saying that with my fingers crossed, but just wondering if there's any talk of getting our rates lowered because of what we're doing. Through you, Chair Brunet.
through Mr. Chair to the councillor, that's a great question. That's definitely something that, we do talk to the region about. I mean, I think at the end of the day, if we can reduce, the amount of flow going to the treatment plant, the clean water that shouldn't be in the sewer, so to speak, then we can definitely reduce our treatment costs that the region will be billing us. So that is definitely something that, is one of our goals with the program and something we do talk to the region about. And I'm just looking it up here. Our grant was $360,000 that we received for this year towards our program.
Okay, great. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Chair Brunet.
Thank you, Councillor Reimer. Next up, we have Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Director Graham, just a quick question on Project 1130 Road reconstruction. Again, it says here that, again, it's been deferred to 2032. I'm just wondering if there's any updates on the potential for, again, something above and beyond just traditional pothole filling on that area. Just, again, given the slope and the amount of traffic that goes through there, is there anything that we can do in the meantime between now and 2032 to try to make that road safer and alleviate some of the hazards with some of those potholes and ruts?
Through Mr. Chair to the councillor, yeah, that's absolutely something that we are looking at. And when we look at the timeline for the ultimate project, what can we do in the interim? Whether we look at some larger paving repairs and where there's a lot of potholes, try and do larger spot repair paving projects. Or works, I should say. We're also going to be monitoring some of the side slopes out there where there's some concern with erosion and trying to, proactively, what can we do to shore any of that up in the interim and monitor that as well. So we definitely want to do some, interim monitoring works out there. And also, as we update our capital forecast every year, look at how the project is, or the road is performing. Do we need to sort of look at the priority? Like, that's currently where it's identified in the plan at the moment, but, we need to look at all of our projects each year to see how they're performing and look at the health and safety risks with each one and tweak along the way. Our objective right now is to get our plan done, our design work done, so we are ready to go, so to speak, with any grant programs that come along, or if we have to advance any work ahead of time from where it currently sits in our plan.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Russell. Councillor Pachariva, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Bernay. And just to, because I had that on my list too, Councillor Russell, the 30 Road. Dave, we've put some signage up there dropping the weight on that. And again, this came up with discussions at the ward meeting, and Councillor Bernay and I have, been approached by a number of residents. We've dropped the weight restriction like a spring weight. Is there any chance to put that signage back, talking to the region, at the corner of 30 and Fly/Mud? Because by the time they get to where we put the sign, you're at the point of no return, right? You're at Ridge Road, they go down the hill anyway. And wanted to get your thoughts too on again, some active enforcement there to catch these scofflaws that are overweight and just not even adhering to the signage. Like, if there's no penalty for bad behavior, they just keep doing it. And we've got a couple days where residents have said, Fridays are more problematic. So I want to get your thoughts on that.
Through Mr. Chair, to the councillors. So a couple things. The first question on the sign. So based on your feedback, we also heard from the resident about that. So we are going to have a sign put up. We've gotten approval. We connected with Town of Grimsby. They're supportive of putting another sign closer to Fly Road, I think was the suggestion. So yeah, we'll definitely do that to help out with more advance notice. In terms of the enforcement, we are on top of it with the police. So we've had a meeting with the police. They've reinforced with our staff that, the whole Grimsby detachment, all the officers are aware of this matter. They are monitoring it. They have charged, a number of trucks over the last little bit who have decided to not obey the weight restriction. We've also been working with one resident there who was able to send us some pictures and information on what companies the trucks were working for, and we've actually contacted those companies and said, your drivers should not be doing this, and tell them to stay off that road. So they've been cooperating in that regard, at least dealing with the company. So we are looking at, what we can do to definitely have a higher approach on this in terms of any trucks that aren't obeying it, the restrictions.
Okay, and through you, Chair Bernay, rather than relying on residents to provide us that information, can our bylaw team not do that? Is that not within their parameters?
Through Mr. Chair to the councillor, it's one of those things though where the local resident who we've been working with, sees the truck and whatnot. But we can definitely talk to the bylaw team if they're out in that area patrolling to take a look, drive up and see if they notice any trucks. But we do need the police or MTO to actually pull the truck over.
Okay, yeah, because, now that the spring is here, that the one resident is busy with his business, right, so may not always be there. So, when he's there, he's very diligent. We're very thankful we have him, but just want to make sure that, all of these holes are filled. And if that's, if it's just simply getting a name of a trucking company or that, maybe not asking to have them pulled over that day, but identify the chronic offenders and then go that route. So, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Patriva. Not seeing any more questions, but,
We have-
sorry, we do have Councillor Mikulak in the queue. Councillor Mikulak, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through you to Dave Graham, just if you could comment to Project 2 on the regional side, Vineland, and the regional involvement in that, and what can residents expect? Can you comment to that project and how that plays into with what we're talking about doing within the Vineland area?
Yeah, through Mr. Chairman to the councillor, so this is the regional, the large regional project in Vineland, so the downtown Vineland reconstruction of King Street from Vinehaven Trail to 23rd Street. So as you know, the region has, this project's been deferred for a number of years, but I'd like to report that we had a really good meeting with the regional staff about a month and a half ago to really sit down and reinforce from our end how important this project is, because we do want to do works on Tallman Drive in Vineland. We are having a lot of problems with the water main. It's an older water main and having more frequent breaks than we would like. So we sat down with the region because the regional project, the King Street project, it's putting a lot of drainage storm infrastructure into that project, and that work also goes on Tallman Drive. So that's why we can't really do a lot of work on Tallman Drive until the regional project occurs, because we don't want to dig up the road twice. It needs to be properly coordinated and staged. So anyway, so we had a meeting with the regional staff, and they're very confident that this project will be funded by the region in 2029. And in 2028, probably see some utility relocation work. But the staff were informing us the region has a new model, new process on how they prioritize their capital projects. And the King Street project is within their 3-year funding envelope. So that's the best update I have in terms of that project. It would be in 2029. We've also been collaborating with the region because, like I was saying, we also want to do works on Tallman Drive. That's important. And we don't want to continue to have our project pushed out because the regional project has been pushed out. So instead of waiting to do Tallman Drive after the regional project in 2029, so it would be like 2030, 2031, we do have a plan with the region now where the region has agreed that we can incorporate our Tallman Drive works that we want to do within their project. So I think that's a good news piece for the town, because we don't have to defer that work till after their project happens in 2029, but we can kind of do it all as one project, maybe benefit from some economies of scale with one large project being the King Street works for the region and Tallman Drive for the town. And also kind of minimize the disruption out there to the residents where we could do it all as one large project. So that's kind of what we're looking at now, but we'll be sharing more information in the future as we have more information to share on that joint work. But that's the latest update from the region that project will be happening in 2029.
Okay, thank you very much for that. It's the folks in Vineland have been extremely patient with waiting, and really hoping that this project moves forward sooner as opposed to later, especially with the region being involved, ourselves being involved, and a lot of folks concerned about flooding issues in that area. So thank you, and hoping to push that boulder up that mountain. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mikulak. I'm not seeing any additional people in the queue, but I just wanted to make a couple comments. Director Graham, I know you referred to it in your opening comments, but when CAO Kirkopoulos and yourself sat down with Chair Michalak and I to go through the agenda, you pointed out to us that you think it's very important that we continue to recognize the people in the organization. So, on page 4, recognizing Ashley and Zach and Brandon, I think it's great that we do that. I think it's great for the culture, great for the organization that we recognize our staff. So kudos to you and your staff for doing that. And I also wanted to point out, if you look at, pages 14, pages 22, where any of the statistics are shown, most of these are in upward trends. So, service orders, hydrants flush, water main breaks, sewer issues, it just goes on and on. There's a lot happening in this period. So, we've had a tough winter event with sidewalk events, locates completed, potholes repaired. So, a busy period, and I think it's important that we look at those trends. There's not too many with downward arrows, so there's lots of work taking place. So kudos to you and your staff. Mayor Easton, I see you in the queue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your... Okay. I don't know what's happening, but I appreciate your comments, and I believe, Mr. Chairman, that it would be a good idea for us to start creating that, some of those trends for the 2027 budget, because if this document is any indication, there is still plenty of work ahead to do. And I'm sure all ward meetings were similar in terms of the demands and expectations of the public. And so we need to keep that in mind, because I can recall 10 years ago, I guess 11 years ago, which was when we first brought in a special levy for infrastructure. And what we were able to do with that, it was strictly for roads at that time. However, we did continue on with it because people became quite comfortable with having repairs done. And so when I look at the incidents of events that the events that happen, and we only fix them when there's a problem, I just wonder whether our policy now is that we will hold back and not repair things until they actually happen, even though the asset management plan tells us that the state of good repair occurred 2 years prior. And I don't say that for any particular response tonight, but I do think that this needs to be included in any general discussions that we have regarding the 2027 budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for those comments. So there being no further questions, I have a motion moved by Councillor Russell that committee receive and file for information report PW 05-26 regarding the infrastructure update 2026, a look ahead, attached as Appendix A. And I will now ask our Deputy Clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. The vote is now open. The vote is closed, and that carries.
Thank you, Lindsay. We will now consider item 7.2.2, 2026 Whipple Trust Fund Allocation, Report CS-01-26, and the Director of Strategic Initiatives and Community Services will provide comments. Director McKay, please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Easton, Chair Brunei, councillors, and members of the public who are watching this evening, and staff in attendance. I was looking to see if the public was here. As has been the practice at this time of year, both the Grow, Prosper, Belong Community Fund Allocation and the Whipple Trust Fund Allocation reports come before you for approval. Through an important but modest annual funding program, the town is able to support local service clubs and not-for-profit community partners in meeting their program mandates, the objectives of council, and collectively in our combined efforts to build an engaged, inclusive, and vibrant community. The events, programs, and projects these organizations lead are community builders in the fullest sense. They sustain cultural identity, encourage environmental responsibility, support wellness and healthy lifestyles, foster communications, connection, and broaden access to essential services. Their impact is felt across the town and extends well beyond the specific activities for which funding is requested. In addition to the funding allocation recommendations in both reports, staff are also seeking council's approval for minor updates to the community grant policy. These updates are intended to improve our responsiveness by allowing faster decision-making so that we can notify groups sooner in the year, better aligning to their annual work plans. As our policy is strong and our evaluation committee brings diverse expertise and expert judgment, we remain committed to a structured, fair, and consistent process. We look forward to any comments or questions that you may have about the reports.
Thank you, Director. Are there any questions from committee? Councillor Russell, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question to Shannon. Again, in the report, it mentions for the BIA that, again, they got a reduction this year because there is an opportunity for future funding for the project. Just wondering if you could elaborate on what that potential future funding might be, again, whether it's from the town or from other outside organizations.
Councillor, you're referring to the Whipple Trust allocation report?
Yep. In is the financial legal staff considerations. Under financial, there's a little paragraph there, and it says, Beamsville Women's Institute and West, blah, 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 downtown bench, BIA receiving 533. The review committee agreed that to support planting supplies for the downtown BIA and felt they would have opportunity to secure additional funding to support the project. Just wondering what that additional funding potentially could be.
I'm going to turn that over to Stephanie, who was part of the evaluation committee, to comment on that.
Hello. Sorry, I haven't used this new system. So through Uther, I chair to the councillor. So as the evaluation committee looked at the other groups, the BIA, we felt that as like a business organization, that they would be able to secure additional funding through their business partners, as the other groups were mainly non-for-profit.
So through you, Mr. Chair, just as a follow-up, so through our sponsors within the community, not necessarily an external program?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to get clarification. I thought maybe
Yep.
there was an opportunity that we could take a look at outside of the Whipple as well.
Well, they are a partner that they do receive funding for additional programs that happen through our Grow, Prosper, Belong.
Okay,
As well.
thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Stephanie, for that report, and Director McKay, thank you very much. I'm not seeing any further questions. There being no further questions, I have a motion moved by Councillor Timmers that committee receive and file for information report CS-0226 regarding the 2026 Grow, Prosper, Belong Community Fund allocation, and that the committee approve the disbursement of funds in the amount of $19,975 to the successful applicants as outlined in the report and in the submission summary Appendix A, and that committee approve the proposed amendments to the community grant policy as attached as Appendix B to report CS 0226, and that authority for the approval, execution, and administration of the community grant policy be delegated to the Chief Administrative Officer or their designate, and that the clerk be directed to update the delegated authority bylaw 2022-75 to reflect these approved amendments. And I will now ask our deputy clerk to open the vote.
Just one moment, please.
What's wrong?
I think that was the wrong. That was the incorrect motion that you read. We're on the Whipple.
Oh, I got ahead of myself. Okay, okay. So apologies, I got ahead of myself in the agenda. I read the future motion. So this is that committee receive and file for information report CS-0126 regarding the 2026 Whipple Trust Fund allocation, and that committee approve the disbursement of $2,833.11 in interest earned from the H.E. Whipple Excess Trust Fund to the 4 successful applicants as outlined in this report, and that the authority for the approval, execution, and administration of the H.E. Whipple Trust Fund program be delegated to the Chief Administrative Officer or their delegate, and that the clerk be directed to update the Delegated Authority Bylaw 2022-75 to reflect these approved amendments. And now I'll ask our Deputy Clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. The vote is now open. The vote is now closed, and that carries.
Thank you, Lindsay. So, apologies again. We will now consider item 7.2.3, Grow, Prosper, Belong Community Fund Allocation, Report CS 02-26. I'm missing something here.
Page 7. Are there any questions from committee?
Yeah.
That's where we are.
Yeah.
This is a
Yeah.
different report.
That's a different report, yeah. Are there any questions from committee at this point? Councillor Patriva, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Bernay. Just a question to Mrs. McKay. Are these recipients required to do any follow-up? Like to provide detail on if they did the project and all that kind of jazz?
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, yes, they are. They are required to submit a final report, and in some cases, if an organization is unable to fulfill the project or the request, they've returned the funds to the town.
Okay, that's terrific, because being involved with grants and applications, and it's hard to pick winners and losers, but you know what? It's very commendable when an organization says, hey, you know what, we received money for X project from someone else, we don't really need it, and give it to someone else. So that's great to hear. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Patriva. There being no further questions, I have a motion moved by Councillor Timmers. The committee receive and file for information report CS-0226 regarding the 2026 Grow, Prosper, Belong Community Fund allocation, and that committee approve the disbursement of funds in the amount of $19,975 to the successful applicants as outlined in the report and in the submission report summary Appendix A, and that committee approve the proposed amendments to the community grant policy as attached as Appendix B to report CS 0226, and that authority for the approval, execution, and administration of the community grant policy be delegated to the Chief Administrative Officer or their delegate designate, and the clerk be directed to update the Delegated Authority Bylaw 2022-75 to reflect these approved amendments. And I will now ask our Deputy Clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. The vote is now open. The vote is now closed, and that carries.
Thank you, Lindsay. As there are no further reports for the Community Service and Infrastructure Committee agenda, I will now transition to the General Business and Finance Committee agenda. We will now begin the General Business and Finance Committee agenda. Delegations, we have no delegations this evening. Reports, we will now consider item 8.2.1, Shaping the Narrative 2026 Communications and Engagement Update, Report EDC-03-26. And our Director of Economic Development and Communications will provide comments. Director Deanne, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Brunet, and I'm pleased to be here this evening, obviously, to speak to this report, and I'm just going to make a couple quick comments before I turn over to Liliana and the team. But I do want to start by acknowledging the work that has gone into this report this evening. The communication team works countless hours each and every week, including evenings and weekends, to make sure our community is informed, engaged, and empowered. Therefore, tonight, what we're seeking is more than an update on what we did in 2025, rather a shift in how we think about communications as an organization. In 2025, we saw strong progress through our multi-channel approach and expanded digital storytelling, including new tools like the Lincoln Local Podcast. Chair, what's important in this report is the direction for 2026 and beyond, moving simply from sharing information to help shape a clear and compelling narrative about who we are as a community, telling the story of what makes Lincoln great. This focus on communicating impact and how we make people's lives better, strengthen our identity, and deepening engagement with residents is critical to building trust and connection. I'm looking forward to the discussion on how we can continue to bring that narrative of life to life and how we can support the work of Council for the remainder of this term, but also looking forward to the next 4 years. With that, I'm going to turn over to Liliana, but I also wanted to know she's joined by both Savannah and Sarah, and I want to thank the three of them for all the hard work they've done over the last 12 months. And with that, Liliana, over to you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Director Deanne, and thank you, Mayor Easton, members of council this evening, members of committee, and staff, and any members of the public watching as well. And just to dovetail onto Paul's comments, we do continue to employ an integrated multi-channel approach to our communications program at the Town of Lincoln. And we really did work to enhance our digital content, particularly through video and audio in the past 12 months, to introduce a more dynamic, relatable storytelling approach. This has really increased our engagement substantially through our various audiences, as demonstrated in Appendix A. I'd like to cue a reel that we did. If we can just play that video, just to demonstrate what we're talking about. This is one of our top performing social media reels. Please.
In a world where teams are trapped in boring summer jobs, one crew dares to do it differently. Do you have what it takes to survive and thrive this summer?
So this is an example of the direction we're taking this year. We've been taking over the last year and continuing to take over the next while toward our narrative-driven communications. And when you look at that quick reel, it's really poignant. It's very human-focused. It's focusing on the staff that are doing the work. It's a little bit exciting. We've got a little bit of that momentum in there. And this is replacing some of the static content we've been doing. We've been putting images, and it's great, showing pictures of people. But when you actually animate it with real live people, it just lures people in, and we're just finding that our engagement numbers are skyrocketing from the ability to do these kinds of reels and take this digital storytelling approach. Director Deanne referenced the introduction of our Lincoln Local Podcast that was launched earlier this year in cooperation with the Economic Development team, and thanks to a grant from Niagara Region as well. And this tool marks a meaningful step in diversifying communication channels and connecting with audiences through longer form conversational storytelling. We're aiming to move beyond providing operational updates on projects and initiatives to defining and communicating a clear, compelling narrative about Lincoln. Some of the key guiding questions around how we're shifting this narrative include, what does the Town of Lincoln mean to residents and businesses? How do municipal services tangibly improve everyday life? How can we better communicate impact, not just activity? We held some internal strategic communication sessions earlier in 2026, and that included, starting with just the communications team. We broadened that to our communications staff working group, so that's a cross-section of staff across departments who influence and provide updates on our on communications. As well as at a fireside chat. So that was an internal update to staff across departments, and we included some of those questions as like sort of quick sound bites to staff who were in attendance. And what we helped define through those sessions was we were looking to define Lincoln's core identity and establish a shared vision for Lincoln's story. So what some of the things we're looking at doing are making invisible work visible, showcasing the essential services that support daily life. And that's all of the programs and initiatives that we deliver throughout all of our departments and that we deliver to the community. Leading with impact, not operations. So framing communications around outcomes and benefits to the community, not just about what we're doing, but how this is changing people's lives. And again, humanizing the organization, highlighting staff, residents, and real stories to build trust and connection. We saw that through this social media reel, and we see it as well in the infrastructure report. That was mentioned earlier, highlighted earlier this evening, how we're highlighting some of the staff that are behind the work. And so we're really looking to do that across the board, making it appealing to people, for people to work for the town, for people to engage with the town. So moving forward, we are looking to engage with community members via focus groups and brief surveys about what Lincoln means to them. So we want this to be a comprehensive, a compelling narrative that's a joint narrative between not just how we see, how staff and council see the organization and how people see how we see the community, but how some members see the community that they live in. So we'll be looking at doing some consultation in person and through brief surveys on our town's Speak Up Lincoln site, starting in the next several weeks and months. So that just about summarizes our report. I'd be happy to take any questions from members of committee tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Liliana. Thank you for the video, and my board is lit up. We're going to start with Councillor Murray.
Thank you very much, Chair. Liliana, every year we talk about communications and the challenges that communications are in terms of reaching out to people, and it's so exciting to see that some of the new initiatives that you guys have been rolling out have really had an impact. And I would agree that your team is making it more energized and more compelling and more interesting to watch, so kudos to all of you. You're doing an excellent job. When I look at the post impressions, a 678% increase, people pay big money for that kind of increase. Can you give me a little bit of details as to what's behind that kind of an increase, and what are the expectations for the increase over the next year?
Thank you, and through your chair to the councillor. I would really say that if you look at some of our, I have some stats here about some of our top reels. The one that I showed earlier was we had 8,500 views. Our Lincoln Local podcast teaser reel was over 15,000. Calling all students, things I didn't expect. So that was another summer student promotion reel that was just over 7,000. We did the International Women's Day post. I know several council members were involved in that and staff members, and that garnered over 6,000 views. We never saw these kinds of numbers with our images, with our static posts, even some of our top performing posts that people were engaging on. They weren't even close to this. So that's where we're coming from. Like, the reels are really where we're grabbing people's attention. They're interested in what we're doing. Again, it's humanizing the work, what we're doing, and it's just making everything more appealing. I know that Director Deanne has a comment to add as well. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, and what I was going to add is what Liliana just said at the end, is we're humanizing our communications. We're putting a face to the message is what we're seeing a lot of benefit from. So whether it's putting one of our public works staff up on Ontario Street and King Street to really talk about a closure, or as you just saw in one of the videos with our students, putting some faces and names to those, that is what people are gravitating towards, and I think we're going to build on that, and, you know, you can quote me and say it, maybe we'll double those numbers for next year, Councillor.
Ooh, bold words, bold words. Exciting, okay, he's told you, you guys got that. So great. Second question, if I could, Chair. So then the podcast, I know that the information is you got 15,000 viewers, over 15,000 viewers on your teaser reel. I'm wondering if you have some stats on how many people are actually tuning into the podcast itself.
Yes, through you, Chair, to the councillor. We do have a few statistics on that. So we've put out a total of 6 episodes, so it's very fresh. We've only been broadcasting the podcast for the last 3 months. We have 42 followers on Spotify and then 255 plays with 44 consumption hours. We don't have the stats yet from Apple, so those are still kind of coming in. Again, it's quite fresh. We host our podcast on a software called Buzzsprout, and from there we have had, that feeds the podcast to the programs like Spotify, Apple, Podbean, et cetera, and we have 582 downloads. So the top apps right now are 48% on Apple, although we don't have the stats from them, but we're seeing that 48% of people are watching that on Apple, or like, listening on Apple. So it would be interesting to see what those stats are, because we're seeing more, like almost half are listening on Apple. So those numbers are going to be higher. We just don't have the numbers yet. It's still fresh, but you know, it's starting, it's growing, and we are hoping that as we continue to promote it, and we do have, you know, snippets that we add to our social media every time a new podcast comes out, every time an episode comes out. So we're just looking to amplify as much as we can and really grow that listener base.
So a follow-up, if I may, then. So do we have a target for eventually, again, recognizing it's early days, but a year from now, do we have a target as to how many people we want to have subscribed to the podcast?
We're, through you, Chair, to the councillor, we are looking at, we haven't really set a specific target. We want to see how that goes. I mean, we're really one of only 2 other municipalities, Niagara, who have a podcast. So we're kind of looking, and they've had theirs for a couple years. So we are just kind of, we're going along. We want to see the increase. We haven't set specific targets at this point, but again, we want to give it a few more months, and then we'll provide some targets next time we report.
Excellent, thank you. And so just one comment, the bulk of this, of course, is social and online content. Just recognizing that we do have a number of constituents who aren't subscribing to these, or who aren't ingesting their news through the internet. I know that you guys do put out the newsletters and everything as well. Just encourage you to continue to remember the Luddites out there who aren't necessarily paying attention. So appreciate the work you're doing in those settings as well.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you, councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Next up, Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Liliana. Again, I love these numbers. I love that reel. I love that you guys are bringing that personal side of things to not only the people in the town that, or as far as work goes, but also some of the services we do. And it just reminded me as some of the conversations that we have around budget time with some constituents, or even at the ward meetings, about, again, the rural versus urban mentality. And we have a lot of rural residents that feel that they pay into the community at large through their taxation, but they don't necessarily uptake or use the benefits and the amenities that we have available to them because they live outside that urban area. And it's always something that's an ongoing conversation that we have with them about, hey, you have the opportunity to utilize any of these services out there. Again, go play pickleball, go use the tennis courts, go play in the parks. And I'm wondering if one of the chapters that you eventually have, as far as, again, the social media side, is, again, outlining some of those amenities and some of those activities that they could partake in should they feel the need. And, again, show that personal side about, again, the seniors that are out there utilizing the senior center. Again, the community groups that are out there using BDSS. And again, some of the other places in and around, again, Jordan, Vineland, Camden, that have those services available that maybe, again, those rural residents don't necessarily feel that they have that immediate access to, but really they should be utilizing. And again, I'm just wondering if that's something that you guys can utilize in one of those future chapters about the town.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, to the councillor. Great point. I think there are lots of opportunities to highlight so many aspects of community life here in Lincoln. We usually do, we look at our various demographics, whether that's age, and we look to highlight seniors as well. We have June coming up, so we'll look to highlight seniors during Seniors Month, rural versus urban. I think there's a lot of opportunity to highlight some of the opportunity, the amenities that are available to rural residents. I've made a note here to highlight and to look at how residents can take advantage of those rural settings, and we look at how we can amplify some of our outdoor spaces, for example, that rural residents can take advantage of, the parks and the trails that are available to them. So there's lots that we can do with that. So thank you for the comment.
Thank you for that. And just a quick follow-up point to, or question about Councillor Murray's question about, again, the number of residents that don't necessarily have access or don't utilize the access to online. Do we have like a rough estimate of how many, again, voter age residents are out there that don't have access to online in the community? Like even just like a general number?
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, I don't have that number available. I know that number is shrinking, but we haven't really looked at that lately. But we do look to, as Paul and I both noted at the beginning of our comments, we looked to always employ a diversified approach. So again, the newsletters are still going out to mailboxes. We still use newspaper ads. We have postcards. We have all of our posters and promotions in our monitors and all of our facilities. So anyone coming out to our facilities will, get a chance to see what's happening, and they get that quick snapshot. And they've got QR codes. They can, for those who are able to or who don't have access to the internet, they can come to our facilities and they can find out what's happening in a myriad of ways. In terms of those numbers, I would have to see what that number is. But
Okay.
even our libraries provide internet access for those who might not have it at home.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. And just last little follow-up, do we ever do a bulk drop at some of our senior centers on those newsletters as well?
Oh, yes, we do. We do distribute them, yes,
Okay,
to all of our facilities. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Russell. Next up, we have Councillor Reimer.
Thank you, Chair Brunet. Thank you, Liliana, for your report today, and thank you for staff for being here as well. Just a quick comment, actually, Chair Brunet, not a question. When I combine there's a line in your Appendix B, the summary of strategic planning sessions. That's a great title. But you use the line, what we do to why it matters, and you combine it with the phrase that you brought up in your presentation, Liliana, a major theme emerged around the invisible impact. There should be, fireworks emojis and bright lights going off with that phrase, because in a way that sums up a lot of budget, our budget process. And lately I think that's been a theme, has been trying to, I would concur and wholeheartedly encourage you. That's been the root of when people have concerns about taxes and the increase in taxes, property taxes, that is very misunderstood. And so kudos for seeing that and highlighting it and making it part of this report. So thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Brunet.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks. Thank you, Councillor Reimer. Next up, we have Councillor Rinjima.
There we go. Okay, thank you, Chair Brunet. So I read through your report. I love the fact that we're doing videos now, because after a decade of texts and pictures, people are tired of them. Right? They want information fed to them. It's already coming at them so fast. They want to just enjoy a nice video, like a conversation. So the number of posts that we did. Sorry, I don't have the report in front of me, but it was on page 1 in that diagram. I was like, what does that say?
The one at the top, Councillor,
Yeah.
1,911.
1,911. So
Yes.
is that, I'm sorry if somebody asked this question already, but is that 1,911 individual posts, or is that, a quarter of those cross-posted across 4 platforms? Because that's a lot of posts to be doing.
Yes.
Yeah?
It is. Through you, Chair, to the councillor, that would be shares as well. So, I mean, that would include everything that we've amplified through other channels. So, I mean, it's not just necessarily our own created content, but we do share a lot of other other posts from other organizations,
Right,
whether they be, partnering organizations, other levels of government, community groups. So that's just the total of the number of messages that we got out there through
Total
social media.
posts.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And another question, Chair Brunet. I have a question about on Appendix B on page 2. It talks about having small focus groups. So what will and again, I'm sorry if somebody already asked that question. I know I came in when Councillor Murray was talking, but I love the idea of asking people how they want to be engaged as residents. I think it would be great to sit in on a question and answer session so that residents can provide their ideas and then hear feedback from communication staff about all the considerations that will go into all those different things, right? So what do those focus groups look like, and what are we planning to do?
Through you, Chair, to the councillor. I mean, we're looking at, we haven't really organized them yet, but we are looking at meeting with different community members groups to really gauge their understanding of and their perspectives on the community and really our brand as a community. How do they perceive Lincoln, and how do they want to receive communications from us? So we're still building those out, but they would be smaller groups, and we would have opportunities for members of the public in general to comment through brief surveys on our Speak Up Lincoln site as well.
Okay.
And we were planning to hold, sorry,
That's okay.
Councillor.
No, go
Yes.
ahead. You finish. Yeah.
We're planning to roll them out within the next few weeks.
The plans for the focus groups? Oh, the survey.
Both, yes.
Both.
All of the engagement, yes.
Okay. So a question of clarification, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering, so I know that the ward meetings that we've all had recently, they go over really well because people have a chance to put their hand up and ask questions, whether there's been a presentation or not. Some have a formal presentation, some don't, but just that back and forth kind of thing. We provide people with that opportunity during PICs, et cetera.
Right.
But and again, I know you don't know yet, but I think that would be a really valuable way to hold those sessions, is invite people out and say, because over the years we've heard so many times people say, I didn't hear about that, I didn't hear about it, I didn't hear about that. So it's always a question, how do you, as you know, how do you best communicate? Where do you expend your resources so that you're making sure that everybody's heard and everybody's hearing it how they want to hear it, if possible? So I'm picturing hopefully that it can be something organized where people can put their hands up and ask questions. A little bit of a public session where people are invited out to come and ask questions. Is that what you envision?
Yes, and through you, Chair, to the councillor, yes, it would be an interactional or interactive and conversational type of group. It wouldn't be something where we're, just providing information. It would definitely be an opportunity for back and forth conversations and for people to provide that feedback. And then we'd share all of the results of those sessions through our Speak Up Lincoln page as well.
Okay. And is it going to be open to sort of anybody who wants to register and come? Do you know?
We haven't really determined that yet, but we can have that conversation. We'll be happy to keep council up to date on that.
Okay. Because I think that would be great. I mean, I don't know how many people would show up, to be honest, but I think that people that do show up would be very interested in communications in general and providing their input on how they'd like to receive communications.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Brunet.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, we have Councillor Timmers.
Thank you very much, Chair Brunet, through you to Liliana. Excellent report. I was really excited to read this, and Councillor Murray went over the stats and all the online data. It was great, fantastic. I love this report and the idea, the strategic priorities, how you're laying it out. And I feel there's been a real shift in how we communicate with the community, with residents, and over the last few terms of council, I've seen it it just seems to be growing and just being increasingly more successful, in my opinion. I think the podcast is fantastic, the videos, humanizing, like who works here, what we do and why we do it, I think is key. And I think that messaging is really getting out there to the public, and I think you're going in the right direction. So I don't really have a question, but I just felt I needed to comment because I'm really excited at the direction. One thing that popped out to me was creating a trusted voice. And I think in this day and age with social media can be so toxic at times and just full of misinformation. And we need to be that trusted voice. And I think we are becoming more and more. I see people always tagging, go to Speak Up Lincoln, go to the town of Lincoln, look on the site, ask the staff, find the information. And I think that's what we want to do, and that's how we want to communicate. And, I deal with a lot of seniors in our community, and I feel like they seem to be more informed than they have been 10 years ago, because we are reaching out in all different forms. So well done to your team, well done. And thank you for the work that you're doing, and can't wait to see what's next. But anyway, thank you, Chair, for allowing my comments, but I didn't want to see this go by without letting them hear how I feel about it, so.
No, great comments. Thank you, Councillor. Next up.
Sorry, if I could just
Yes,
make
go
a
ahead,
comment
Lillian.
through your chair to the councillor. I think I really like the point that you made about whom do people trust, and I think to go back to Councillor Rajima's question, I think that's an important question that we need to ask people. Whom do you trust? Do you trust us? And if not, then what can we do to reshape that? And we want to find that information out. Who would you trust if you heard a message about the community? Where are you getting that information, and which source of information do you trust? I think that'll help us really shape what people's perceptions are about the town and the community.
And I think that's huge. Mm-hmm. And I think there's been a really big shift from what I hear and from what I feel from the community and how they're looking for information, and the trust is becoming very apparent to the staff at the town and the organization and what we do and why. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Patriva, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Bernay. Question, Liliana. A number of residents, unfortunately, couldn't make our ward meeting last week. So they asked if it was captured digitally. And I said, unfortunately, no. I want to get your thoughts about, again, going forward, taping the ward meetings and possibly putting that up on YouTube. Again, to get the message out there, right? I can share, and I've said to them, I can share our PowerPoint presentation, but if we taped it or videotaped it or whatever you want to use the term, you'd get the flavor of the meeting and you'd catch everything. Because, we're trying to feverishly write what the questions are and then the answers and synthesize those. But I think if there was a digital component of it, I think it would go a long way, like to Councillor Timmer said, of getting that message out and creating trust.
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, let's have that conversation about that possibility. Thank you for bringing that up.
Okay.
Councillor Patriva, are you good? Okay. Next, I'm going to go to Councillor Michaluk.
Thank you very much. Through you to Liliana. Just with regards to Appendix B of the report you have here, there's a point here about being overshadowed. When we're looking forward, moving forward with our communications, and there's concern amongst some about being overshadowed by neighboring municipalities. Do we need to how does that work? I feel like, are we trying to compete with municipalities like Niagara Falls, Niagara on the Lake? Where is that coming from? And are we able to compete to that degree?
Through you, Chair, to the councillor. I think there's always a bit of a comparison we make. We look at what others are doing, and I think in good ways too. We want to see what others are doing so that we can look for opportunities to enhance our communications. I think that what we're trying to do too is just create a consistent narrative that's really speaking to who we are as a unique community. And that was one of the things that came up through our sessions. Like, what makes Lincoln distinct among other municipalities? I wouldn't say it's as much competition as it is about just finding that brand and finding that unique voice, and making having that consistent voice. We talked about this a lot when we did the branding for the Niagara Benchlands, as a tourism brand, and now looking at Lincoln as a community. What makes us unique, and what do people feel about the community? So I would say it's more about just setting ourselves apart versus actually competing.
Well, fair enough, through you, Chair. Like, I just want to make sure, like, we are unique. We are unique. There is a reason why people choose to come here as opposed to other municipalities. And when I hear the word, or I see the word written, or the attitude, or the words being overshadowed, I find that troubling, because I don't know if we want to become those sorts of destinations that turn into that, and I'm not saying that they are, but they turn into mass tourist destinations. I think it's being unique, and it's being able to meet individual owners of businesses, and that small town feel, that small independent owner operator sort of feeling that makes us unique, and that people treasure when they do come to Lincoln. Yes. And it's not necessarily being overshadowed. I don't know if we want to host the numbers of tourists that other neighboring municipalities host, because I just don't know if we can. And I just want to make sure that we're managing expectations from those that are wanting us to promote our town and everything it has to offer. So that's the concern I have. That's the reason why I bring that question forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up, Councillor Rinjima, please.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bernay. I have another question. On Appendix B, there's a couple of bullet points that I like, and so I want to ask, leading with impact, not operations. I like that, but what does it mean?
So through you, Chair, to the Councillor, it's really about, we are continuing to communicate all the programs and services and initiatives, everything that we do. It's just reframing how we present that, as opposed to we are fixing a road. We are making your life easier. We are making your travels easier. We are providing the services that you need to get from point A to point B. We're making, so it's providing the context. It's not necessarily eliminating what the actual service is, but it's just reframing it as to why this is important for you, why this matters for your everyday life. Yeah. And I think it's kind of inherent in what we do. We know that inherently, but we're not necessarily deliberately or proactively communicating that. So it's just being a little bit more intentional with how we are framing it and how we are helping people think about, we really do make a difference. The town does make a difference in our lives, and it's just again that invisible work that kind of just keeps happening and people don't necessarily know about.
Right.
And why we're doing it.
It's a nicer way of communicating. How does this help you? That's the that's the message we want to get across. Exactly. The other one is shifting from what we do to why it matters. I love that. Can you give me an example? I mean, I guess those might be similar, but can you give me an example of a message that you would actually?
Yes. So, for example, through your Chair to the Councillor, we're hosting an event, whatever event it is. Okay, great. We're hosting an event, and it brings in, here's what's happening here. We are making your community a more inclusive place. We are finding ways for children, families, individuals to enjoy their community, right? So that's kind of the shift. We're still going to provide all the details. We're going to tell people what's happening, where they're going, what they're doing, how to get there, but also creating that enthusiasm and the joy and the excitement about why they live in this community and what makes it great.
Impact and why it matters.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up, we have Mayor Easton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is it really is quite an inspiring report, so I want to thank you all very much for the effort that you put into it. We haven't talked about Speak Up Lincoln. I remember when it was introduced that it was really quite, it was also very exciting and certainly has provided people with more accurate information, in many cases more complete information that you're getting well beyond any kind of random answering of questions. So could you explain to us what the future will be for Speak Up Lincoln? Because I'm just thinking about how costs will be considered in the future if we start to look at the items that are being considered here and which ones become real priorities for people.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, to the Mayor. The future of Speak Up Lincoln is still as bright as it has, as its past has been. We are looking at incorporating several new tools that are available to us through our newer service provider. So we've shifted in the last year or so to a new service provider. Still same look and feel, still the same engagement opportunities, but enhancements. So we've now got ways within the program to highlight a few more, we can use more mapping tools, we can use more image tools, we can separate the content a little bit better. So it's just a little bit more user-friendly and a little bit more engaging on the site. So I think, as we continue to engage with the community, Speak Up Lincoln will continue to have an important role in that, and even in our internal conversations about prioritizing tools, Speak Up Lincoln and a website are very high on the list. It's important to lead people to accurate information, to provide people with opportunities to engage and to share feedback and to learn about what's happening here. So again, still a very important tool. We just wanted to provide a snapshot on kind of what's new and happening, but again, Speak Up Lincoln is still the backbone of many of our communications efforts.
Okay, that's very helpful. I certainly agree with you in terms of the why it matters, the what and the why. I think we had a conversation about your high school teacher or professor who introduced that concept. And the whole idea of deliverables, Mr. Chairman, as a concept different from investment per se, is very much how does this impact me kind of conversation. So that really appeals to me, especially when I look at the examples of daily impact. So let me say then that there's an opportunity here, I think, and maybe I hope you'll have a comment on this, in changing people's narratives where there are comments that are being made about the same thing over and over again, but they aren't accurate. And so how do you plan to handle some of that, those circumstances, because they become an erosion to good information and, I think, forward movement?
Yes. Sorry. Through you, Chair, to the Mayor. There's a couple things. Really, one of the first things I want to mention is just spreading the positivity, keeping that message positive through various channels, and in humanizing the work we're doing, we aim to overpower some of the negativity. In terms of changing that narrative from some of the negative or inaccurate information that we hear out there, we looked at how else can we identify ambassadors in the community, not just staff members, also, in addition to staff members and council members, who in the community can be that other voice, who can start to shift some of that negativity and some of that thinking, so they're not just hearing it from inside these four walls or, our proverbial four walls here, but they're hearing it from community members. And that's where we're looking to identify some of those voices in the community that can be spokespeople and can be ambassadors for the work that we're doing.
Well, I think that's a pretty good answer on the moment, Mr. Chairman. And I would suggest then that some time be spent finding a reasonable and positive, forward-thinking answer to the question of why people in rural areas continue to believe that they don't get the same benefit and the same deliverables as other people. I happen to disagree with that. It's pretty hard to leave your house and not use one of the services that we're providing. But anyway, that's kind of the source sometimes of some of the complaints. I'm very pleased to see this step. This seems to be a giant step from where we are, and I thought we were in pretty good place right now. But this, in terms of the impact, this is a really good route that we're going, and it's probably going to require some accurate controls over cost. Would we give something up in order to take something on? And to be aware of that as we go forward. So thank you very much, everybody. This is really very refreshing.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mayor Easton and Liliana. Thank you for this report. Great discussion. I think it's important to recognize, we have made leaps and bounds over the last, 3 terms that I've been around in communications. We continue to tweak things. We continue to improve and look at better ways. And even tonight, talking about possibly trying to entertain our ward meetings on a YouTube, you seem to be completely on board to look at that and look at outside the box thinking. So thank you for all the work. I'm looking over your shoulder and I see Sarah and Savannah. I know they're a big part of your team, and every time we go to an event, they're there. Next week we've got Economic Development Week, and we've got a whole schedule of things, and I know they'll be there with every camera and every ribbon cutting with scissors. So thank you for all the work they do.
Thank you, Chair.
Director Deanne.
Yes, Chair,
last
thank
word.
you. Well, actually, I'm going to turn it over to the CEO to make that last comment, but I just actually wanted to thank Council for their engagement and commentary this evening. I know the communication team worked very hard on this report to really try to encapsulate some of the work that we've been doing over the last year, but also what we've been undertaking in 2026 and how we're looking forward to obviously the end of this term, but also the next 4 years, as I mentioned earlier. I did just want to go back to one of the questions that Councillor Russell had asked around how many in our community do not have access to the internet. So I did search quickly on Google. The Stats Canada does do an internet use survey across Canada. It's roughly around 5% of the nation that does not use the internet, predominantly seniors. If I extrapolate that to the local community, roughly around 1,400 people in our community. Again, not a science, but roughly if I look at StatsCan numbers. But with that, I actually just wanted to turn over to the CEO to make some closing comments. So thank you, Chair.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director Deanne, and I think Chair Brunet, you took a little bit of what I wanted to say, and I may be a recovering communications director, but I still I do like a strong communications program, and I definitely like the microphone, as you all tell me, when I do get a chance. But I do want to thank Council. You said it 3 terms ago. Council made this a priority, and you've resourced it. You've put the time, energy, and took a little bit of the criticism sometimes when we look at programs like this that aren't as core, that you've invested in it. And I know, again, on that list of the 5 priorities that you all provided me as part of your strategic plan when I started here, this was one of them. To Councillor Mikulic's comment, I made a note, I think, when you talked about overshadowed, Councillor, and oftentimes when people think Niagara, they think Niagara Falls. And so I think when we think of something like Niagara Falls, we can't let that overshadow what people think of Niagara as a whole, because we have tender fruit, we have beautiful rural parts of our community, we have great wineries. And so I think sometimes when we're talking about those words, that's really what it means to me, and I think that's the approach we want to take. And Councillor Regima, you mentioned kind of that impact piece. Reminds me of a story I like to tell, and it's the one around ULink. And I see Councillor Brunet smiling because I said this to him a few days ago. But the whole ULink conversation is really a good one that I think encapsulated. Transit's more about, not so much about running a bus from location to location, picking people up, But it was one story, two seniors told us. They each lived in different seniors' homes. And the only chance they got to see each other was because our U-Link bus ran and picked them up from two different seniors' homes, and they met at the Fleming Center once a week. And so two people that, spent 50 years together had never really had a chance to see each other as a result of going into two different homes because of a service we provided. We're able to do that. And so I think it's those impactful stories it's incumbent upon us to tell, and that's why we provide services. Yes, it's about all the other things we're mandated to do, but things like transit allow us to connect people in ways. And so I think it's telling those stories when we talk about a service. Yes, it cost us X to deliver that service, but it also allowed two people who were at the end of life to connect in a way that I think was incredibly impactful. So, last comment around negative communication, I think that just happens by us being honest, visible, responsive, and competent. When we say we're going to do something, we need to do it. So I think if we continue to do that, we continue to build trust and confidence. So thank you to members of council, and I appreciate having an opportunity to add some comments.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. There being no further questions, I have a motion moved by Councillor Reimer that committee receive and file for information report EDC-0326 regarding shaping the narrative, 2026 Communications and Engagement Update and Communication Highlight attached as Appendix A, and the Town of Lincoln 2026 Strategic Communications Plan attached as Appendix B. And I will now ask our Deputy Clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. The vote is now open. All right, and the vote is closed, and that carries.
So we are now at item number 9, confidential items.
I just went right to, sorry, speaking to Lindsay, it's okay.
What is committee's pleasure on maybe taking a 5-minute biological break before we go into? I see. Okay, so let's come back at 6:35. Thank you. Thank you. We are now at item number 9, confidential items, and we will now consider agenda item number 9, a motion to consider confidential items. Before I read the motion and we move into closed, I would like to explain what will happen for those watching this meeting online. First, there will be a closed session statement that the deputy clerk will go through for staff that will be attending the closed session remotely. Once that is completed, we will move on with the motion to move into closed. Staff will be turning off the live webcast during the closed portion of the meeting. Once we have completed the closed portion of the meeting, we will resume with the live webcast and carry on with the public portion of the meeting, and will read the motions in public session. So I will now ask the deputy clerk to conduct the closed session statement for those attending the closed session remotely.
Thank you. All members are reminded that any discussions in closed session are to remain confidential as per our procedural bylaw and our code of conduct for the Council of the Town of Lincoln. Before we begin, I need each member that is attending electronically to confirm the following: that you understand that matters are to remain confidential, and confirm no one else is present with you, and confirm no one else can hear this closed session, and confirm that you are not using any electronic devices other than your tablet, computer, telephone for the video conferencing, and confirm that you are not recording this portion of the meeting. If you acknowledge all of the above, please reply with, "I understand," and confirm to all of the statements as I read your name aloud. Director of Finance, Treasurer, Charlotte, I understand and confirm to all of the statements.
I understand and confirm to all of the statements.
Thank you. Councillor Mikulik, I understand and confirm to all of the statements.
I understand and confirm to all of the statements.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. I have a motion moved by Councillor Murray. Under Section 239 of the Municipal Act, notice is hereby given that committee adjourn to closed session in order to address item 9.1 and 9.2 as follows. Item 9.1, pursuant to Section 239 2E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board pertaining to shoreline update. And item 9.2, pursuant to the Municipal Act, Section 239 2E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipalities. F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. And K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board pertaining to Medical Saints. And I will now ask our Deputy Clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. The vote is now open. Thank you. The vote is closed, and that carries.
Thank you, Lindsay. Staff will now proceed with the technical requirements to move into closed session. Thank you, Lindsay. So, I have a motion. Wasn't there a guy that said that once? I have a motion moved by Councillor Timmers that committee resume in open session. And I will now ask our deputy clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. The vote is now open.
So, next thing on our agenda is I have a motion moved by Councillor,
Oh, just a moment, please.
what's wrong?
Councillor Brunet
Yeah, I was giving you the thumbs up. I got kicked out here.
and Mayor Easton. All right, the vote is closed and that carries. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I have a motion moved by Councillor Reimer. The council receive and file the confidential updates and that staff move forward as directed in closed session as it is relates to items 9.1 pursuant to section 239-2E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality. Personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instructed to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board pertaining to shoreline update, and item 9.2 pursuant to the Municipal Act 239-2E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality, and F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board pertaining to medical saints. And I will now ask our deputy clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. The vote is open. The vote is closed and that carries.
Thank you, Lindsay. We are now at committee remarks. Do we have any committee remarks? Seeing none, we will call for an adjournment. There being no further business, I call this a meeting adjourned at 9:15 p.m.